and just hop into a match or two, or 5 or 10, or 15. See when I get tired. Alright, how many basic lands do I have? I have 5 islands, 2 plains. Alright. I'm skeptical of only 1 back to basics, but it is what it is. Playing against Rapid Luis 08. Do you think they're fast or slow? Yo, Venue Tello, thank you for the follow. Oh my god, I don't even recognize this as a Stoneforge. This is a keep though, in my opinion. Obviously it's like soft to some things. Mach 7. I might be unhappy or... Alright, well... Alright, so it appears to be depths. The Thoughtseize sort of gives away all of the information I need to know. Yeah. Alright, so... I pretty much know what I want. Well, that was good. But I also know what else I want, which is basically... Well, basically all of those is what I was about to say. I want the snap the least, I think. So I'll just stack it like that. We're just going to overload on some plows, and it'll be pretty annoying for them, I think. Alright, well... Speaking of stuff I want to do, question is, do I want to brainstorm first? Probably not. I think the brainstorm will be more valuable later. Just gonna get a plains and plow it. Yo, what's up, shop? How are you doing today? I'm okay if they just take any of these, really. I just like snap, let it resolve, because I think brainstorming here is not even that great. Yo, Darkwing7, thank you for the follow. You top 8 a local with Zakama Amulet. Sounds sick. I think I'm gonna... Actually... I can Stoneforge, then leave up Brainstorm if they try to Thoughtseize my Batterskull or Jitte. Which seems pretty good to me. This is an old trick. So now if they discard spell me, I'm like... Don't really care. Alright, that's fine. If you mix... If they're different lands, if they're different basic lands, I don't care. If they're the same basic and you mix them, you're kind of a monster. That's my opinion, Max. Alright, bye you. Alright, so everything going basically according to plan. Now I'm just gonna chill with this germ. Yo, what's up, Strifo? Congratulations again. That's less good for me, but whatever. Alright, I guess I'm technically supposed to brainstorm first. Alright, the Wasteland's a good pickup. I don't really need more lands. We don't call this deck lands, so I don't need more lands. I guess I don't really care if they Wasteland a Tundra, so I'll get one. Plus I do have Plowshares and 2 Council's Judgment in my deck, so I should get a white source. If they kill the token, that's fine. If they kill the... Oh, that's actually pretty good too. Alright, so now I'm just going to only attack with the Germ token. Well, actually, Nah, I'll attack them both. Change my mind. Then I'm just gonna slam True-Name. Alright, that's fine. Soon there will be the Voltron. The Wasteland's like a pretty good insurance. Yo, what's up, Dokamoy? How you doing, friend? So, somehow, ideally, I would actually draw another land because I want to leave up the Wasteland. No, not really. If they waste, who gives a hell? So now... Plow would be good. 3 plows are gone, though. That seems basically impossible. That's a shuffle. Alright. So I'm going to leave the Stoneforge untapped, and you're going to see what might look very weird at their end step. But I'll show you in a sec. If they have the crop rotation, then that's a good beat, but whatever. Alright, well. So FGC MTG. Yep, love to hold priority. That was what was going to happen, but obviously snaring the thing is more important. Now I have to decide if I want to return it or not still. I don't think I do. Just going to... Yeah. I'm not equipping because I just think equipping and then getting trophied is such a huge blowout for my opponent. Well, then it's vulnerable to discard shop, essentially. Unless if I want to activate at an awkward time. That was my reasoning anyways. Oh, that was pretty good for me. Alright, so what you're supposed to do and what I am going to do is put the activation on the stack. This was the GP promo IRL. And then respond by activating like this. This is an old trick I learned from Michael Jacob in Standard. Which might date me, but that's okay. You've never seen this trick? Or you've never seen this Stoneforge? I'm not sure which. It honestly could be either. Alright, now we'll just lay some beats down. I think the game's essentially over. Oh yeah, Stoneforge Mystic was incredible in Standard. For some reason, people would register vampires versus you. It's ugly looking, but you can't say no to free. In any case, this is good, obviously. I feel like this card is not good. Yo! FGC MTG, thanks for the 2 months resub. Let's get some claps for FGC. And also, let me know if I should open a chest for you, friend. Alright. In any case, let me decide how I want to sideboard here. Do I want Clique? Do I want Disenchant? Yo, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules here. Open all? Whoa, I have mismatching Disenchants? This is something, alright. No, I don't make the rules. My Twitch chat makes the rules sometimes. Yo, what's up, Tangram? Sorry that you got 9th. You were playing Slow Depths, right? Yeah, alright. I'll open a chest in a bit. I'm gonna side in the clicks. Probably am supposed to side in B2B, except I'm not like. It's not actually the most exciting. Is it better than Jitte? So it ups with only 3 mocks, and that's interesting. So you're playing like 26 lands or 27? Maybe like 29 even, I don't know. I already gave you a congrats in blue chat. Let's see. What's the last cut? I might regret not having these disenchants in, but we'll see. I think I'm going to just cut one Stoneforge. What's up, Pemin? Well, no, I don't think it's greater. I think they're lateral in ways. In the heads up, I would rather be on the miracle side, Pemin. Pemin, are you Superman? That's the real question. Are you Superman? I think Jitte is good in the matchup. I think also just having 2 equipment for 3 Stoneforges is good versus the discard heavy deck. Alright, I'm gonna mulligan. I don't think this is good enough. This is good enough. I will leave that on top, I think. You are Superman. For those of you who don't get the joke, Pemin's aura anagrammed to I am Superman. Damn. The snare might not be good enough. Kind of just have to hope they don't have the turn 1 Confidant. Yeah, I don't have any swords in my deck. Or, sword equipment, rather. I have 4 swords to Plowshares, obviously. Okay, that's fine. Wasteland. Alright. Alright. I'm actually thrilled about that. They're down a bunch of resources to basically attack 2 cards in my deck. But we might get turbo killed. Nope. Whoops, wrong one. I'm gonna click on that one. Probably I'm supposed to just main phase the plow to force them to decide if they want to sacrifice one of their lands now. Alright, nice. If they go depths, I'm just going to brainstorm end step. Probably I'm supposed to just brainstorm end step still. Do they have Hex Mage? They do. Alright, I'm going to brainstorm a response. Okay, that's good. It's very good. Yeah, I was supposed to brainstorm in response to the scrying, you're correct. But fortunately I didn't get punished, but you are correct that that is the correct play. So now I'm going to play Stoneforge, leave up Mesa, and plow if they go for it. If they don't go for it, that's fine. Like, you know, we'll just get Batterskull and start trying to jam on them. I guess I also could get Jitte to force the issue. They're holding priority in response to their own Hex Mage. This is kind of funny. All right. is true. Jitte does not... I should just get Batterskull. If they are a bad player, they will activate Hex Mage. If they are a good player, they won't. This play doesn't really make a lot of sense when there's a needle on Wasteland. Alright, so I'm just going to main phase Plow to prevent a top deck crop rotation for Sujiri's Step. Hope they don't draw depths. Oh my god, why? Why? Alright. 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 Why are they main phasing? Also, you should tap your Dark Depths for black, but that doesn't matter so much. Yeah, I could have, but... the library at Pendreville. That's a good note. Alright, so Karakas, Snapcaster. That's not it. That ain't it, Chief. I also have back to basics in my deck. Alright, that kind of sucked. I feel okay in the matchup overall, but that was obviously awful. Yeah, I'm just gonna side out one true name, actually. I don't think I need 2 true names. Or 3 true names. I think I would rather have the 4th Stoneforge, especially on the play, just to get the skull going. Man, that was disappointing. I didn't play perfectly, but I also think our opponent made some really weird decisions. Yo, what's up, Anton Grimes? How you doing, friend? I don't think circling their depths is actually a real plan, but I think that what happens is you get discard spelled a lot, so you really want your cards to be live. I think actually probably the worst card in my deck is probably Council's Judgment, but I think it's good as a catch-all. Yeah, that was weird. That was really weird. We could also have drawn Palace Jail or Council's Judgment. We had lots of outs. Cantrip into like a removal spell, but you know, whatevs. Also, we should not assume the gender of our opponent. Squall Lord. Love the username, by the way. Yeah, love that Sylvan Scrying that puts 1 in hand and 1 on top. That is a broken card. Alright, not gonna mulligan. This is a pretty good hand. If I get super turboed, it's not great, but I'm gonna keep. Alright, this opponent's taking a while. I'm using the restroom real quick while they decide. Alright, opponent mold to 6, scry to the bottom. Alright, Mesa goes the play. I'm going to try to fetch only basics because I obviously have B2B in my hand. And yeah, Chalice is not the best for Stoneblade. I think that's one of the reasons Stoneblade is doing so well is it doesn't really care about Chalice of the Void. I mean, obviously it's good versus the deck, but you really need a Chalice on 1 and 2, and potentially 3. Obviously, it depends on what deck you're playing, like... Yo, Mia Cyclops, thanks for a follow. And 17 Parks, thank you for the follows. Hope everyone's having a good Monday. By the way, would the rest of you have kept this hand? That's the real question. I believe it's right to keep. Yo, Squalor, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Jarvis Clap Club, the Snoopy Club. Alright, some claps for Squalor. Oh no, Mox. No, why? Why? Look, Orm, I've seen a lot of crazy things in my life. Chalice on 2 when playing Steel Stompy, yeah. Just cavern through your own Chalice, Max. It's probably the best emoji I've ever had / made. Also, my opponent's really slow. You know, they're not rapid Luis, they're slow Luis. Yeah, Ravager is a beast. I know because I've seen it sacrificed to Ravenous Baloth before. Alright, nice. They're probably going to take B to B, that's fine. Good with contested cliffs, yeah, that's true. Max Torsion is the best. Ooh, that was a good draw. Now I have to decide if I want to leave up Spell Snare or just jam my thing. I think I'm just going to leave up Spell Snare. This is like sort of controversial, but I'd rather they don't get any traction with either a Hexamage or a Confidant. I'm basically just going to counter no matter what they play. They should be thinking... Alright, well, that is a must counter. They should be thinking about why I didn't play my Stoneforge. And the logical conclusions are either I drew Spell Snare or Brainstorm. Speak of the devil. I'm going to Brainstorm into the Stoneforge, I think. Or, hear me out, I could actually play Stoneforge and leave up Brainstorm to hide from discard, which I think might actually be better. And here's the cool thing. I can just tap like this. To preserve my shuffle later, and also leave up the Brainstorm. Urborg is really, really interesting to play with and against. I'm going to Brainstorm in response. Okay, well, I'm not going to force it now, but this was really good for me to hit. So what's the order I want to stack these in? I'm going to play Jace next turn. So I think I do want to hide the Skull 2 down. And I'll just redraw the True-Name, I guess, to pitch to force. In case if something bad happens. I guess the question is, do I actually want to redraw that Skull now? I think I do. Well, Strifeo's in the chat, Tangram, so you gotta be careful about what you're saying. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna force it. Or Strifeo was in the chat. I can start brainstorming with Jace, which is pretty nice, because you know what they say, Jace is greater than all. Well, Urborg is the card I wish I could play the most in lands because it's so good in the deck. Cork Ruxian, I think it's probably close. I took it from Brian Koval, not from the person who won the Classic, but I believe the lists are close. You can look at the list on the left-hand side for what it's worth. All right. Let's brainstorm. That's good. Let's see, what do I even want to put back? I guess I don't actually need the plow yet. I don't need the land. What's up, EMPYY? Alright, I'll go like that. You think I should waste the Urborg? I guess I should. They don't have other mana. And now I can just ride the Skull to victory. Alright, if the people want the plates, then make the plates. My top card is Plow, right? I think I'm probably supposed to just draw it as insurance. I don't know how they ever win here. It seems really, 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 really hard for them. Well, that'll make it harder, too. I can just keep floating the plow. Yeah, I don't think my decisions matter. Alright, nice. We're 1-0 with white-blue Stoneblade. A good start. Mountain go, eh? Sucks. I was ready to Spell Pierce something, but that's a War Boss instead. Usually I leave up Pierce in those situations, but obviously that cost me a little bit here. Okay, nice. Crisis averted for now. I guess I have to fetch planes off the Strand, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Can I still undo Ponder? Can't undo Ponder anymore for what it's worth. Just play Karakas. Yikes. Guess I have to let that go. Sucks. I am keeping my head in the game. I'm gonna have to Council's Judgment that and hope to draw something good. And hope they don't draw anything good ever. Hypothetically, it was they claimed it was a bug at one point, but I'm not really sure. Yikes. Alright. Not going well. Alright, so I take 6, 7, 8, 9. Then I have to hope that Batterskull is good enough. Yo, your stir cons is out of date. Oh. Hell. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'll go to 1 and hope nothing bad happens to me. Crystal Vein is interesting. Haven't seen that for a while. Alright. Fetch from Iron Plains in response. Spell Piercing, it doesn't do very much. Alright. So I have to block this. Oh, I still take 5, so I die? That sucks. I guess I would have lived if I hadn't played the fetch, actually. Alright, so Purge, Disenchant, Disenchant come in. Explosives is good too. Well, actually, if I had survived another turn, I could have maybe assembled something. I'm not sure what, but obviously the way that game went, I didn't have any shots. Well, now the question is, what am I supposed to do? Spell Snare is good versus Chalice, but it's not good versus the rest of their deck. I feel like I'm just going to take out Spell Snare because it's only conditionally good. I'm going to take out Palace Jailer, I think. I think it's too vulnerable to not, like, being, like, a reliable threat. And the question is, what else should I take out? Maybe the Spell Pierces aren't that great. Well, on the play, they seem pretty darn good, actually. You don't think actual Counterspell is good? I think it's good versus them. Yeah, I was kind of screwed. I'll take out a Pierce. I'm not sure that's actually right on the play, but whatevs. Kept this hand, but I sort of regret it now. Alright, I'm gonna go fetch for Island Ponder. No, I think Verdict is so bad versus them, generally speaking. Well, I guess I keep I don't want the Judgment really, unless if I don't get Blood Mooned. Just a Chalice? Damn. Maybe I messed up. I actually, I could have fetched for planes instead, but I didn't have an, Alright, I guess it's time for Island Go. Alright, well, that's not so bad. I have 2 planes in my deck, so I can still Brainstorm into one of them. Okay, that's fine. I think I'll just attack and say go. I might EOT Brainstorm. Haven't decided yet. I don't really understand the Trinisphere versus me. Well, now I'm gonna Brainstorm. Just have to hope these true names are good enough. I think the situation where they're not good enough is if I get Ensnaring Bridged. Otherwise, I do foresee them being good enough. Alright. Come on, deck. Is my opponent dead? Looks like they're dead. Nice. Target that. Don't cast it. Attack for 8. No, they had the Spirit Guide. Boo. Damn. Alright, I'll attack Chandra. This sucks. I guess the moment I draw planes, which there are only 2 in my deck, they die, but I'm not actually feeling good about this. Alright. It's fine. So I'm on a 2-outer. I'm on basically 0-outer now. Alright. Well, now I don't think I can draw out of it, right? Alright. I don't think I played perfectly. I think the decision I could have made on turn 1 was to fetch for planes instead. Could fetch for planes. Alright, so we're 1-1. I'm going to open chess for Sumo P, dude, I use SAS for the government work I do. It's not really what I prefer. I'm going to open a chest for Squalor. Angelic Skirmisher. And 20 play points. Alright. 1 for FGCMTG. Ooh, a Mana Gorger Hydra. I doubt that's worth anything. And 25 play points. Is this worth anything? Probably not. Vintage Staple, Mana Gorger, Hydra. I don't think it's worth anything, though. $0.03. Not ideal. Gonna ship. Guess this is fine. Don't think I need another land. Well, it's kind of close, actually. I guess I'll keep the land and just not even... plan to not brainstorm on 1 unless if something really calls for it. The reason to keep the land is so... I have a lot of 3 and 4 drops in my deck, so now I don't have to cantrip for a land. I can just naturally draw it and save the brainstorm. For a little bit until we determine what we actually need. Urborg, alright. Urborg could mean probably depths, but it could mean something else, technically. Duress. Alright, I think I'll brainstorm in response. I'm gonna get a basic because they've shown me that they're likely to be depths. These are all kind of good, actually. I think I'm gonna hide the Snare and the Ponder because I think those are actually the most valuable. If they want to, then they'll be forced to take the Force, and I don't really want to cast the Force anyways, so I think that's fine. So my top card is Spell Snare, which is pretty valuable, actually. The land's kind of nice, too, actually. So I'm going to draw the Snare and then draw the Delta. Yo, John 1028, thanks for the follow. And Num on the inside, thank you for the follow. Alright, so this is kind of why I kept Spell Snare. It's part of the reason anyways. Alright. Question for all y'all. Do I slam Palace Jailer? Or do I just leave up Spell Snare? That is the major question. What do y'all think? Well, it's hard to Palace Jailer a Merit Lage. It's actually really hard to Palace Jailer a Merit Lage. Negator 77. Hypothetically, if I didn't want to do that, what should I do? Just a hypothetical. Slam all day. Alright, guess I'm slamming. Since I have to get one dual land, I think I should just get 2 dual lands. I mean, the problem with not slamming Jailer is if they just draw stage, we're super exposed. Ali Aras. Right. Since there's no target, you have to stack it weirdly. A little bit late, Vile on 3, but it's okay. This is the plan we're committing to. So the reason to slam Jailer is to try to find draws for Plow / Wasteland. Yeah, I think this is probably correct, but I was thinking about it for a bit. Well, Matt always wants to draw cards, so that's not the best advice. Matt, you just live to draw your entire deck every game, if possible. Jailing Merit Lage is pretty hard, yeah. The way you can force Jailing Merit Lage is if you have a Wasteland, essentially. Alright, so they're going to have Merit Lage this turn. So I need to find... If they don't do it now, a Wasteland's also an out. Alright, guess I'm going to snap Ponder. No good. Alright, I can still... I should have actually attacked first, I guess. Maybe they would have blocked. Yeah, I should have attacked first, Anarchist Abe. You are correct. This needs to be a Plow. Alright, Island is not Plow. Oh, that sucked, but that's okay. What did I say? Yeah, I don't like those that much. Purge and B2B. Alright, let's go, boyo. Lot of Bass 8. I think there's almost no chance that they don't make it regardless. Plus, if I just find another Ponder, I can Ponder looking for another Plow or Karakas or Wasteland based on how they played it. Basically, our opponent thought seized us, right? If we Ponder Keep, and they just call our bluff, that's just horrible, right? I guess there is a chance they don't call the bluff, obviously, but I think the way they were playing that game, they were going to just call the bluff every time. Because I feel like, well, first off, I have 2 Council's Judgment. Second off, I believe what happens a lot is you just get pummeled by discard, so I don't like having Disenchant in my hand. Snapcaster 96. I'm also relearning this deck, so I could be wrong, obviously. But that's the reasoning I'm going with for now. Alright, I'm going to Stoneforge. If they discard spell me, that's whatever. Like, it kind of sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Alright, so they're faster, I guess. Alright. I have a bunch of looks for a Wasteland, a Plow. Alright, I'm going to lead with Brainstorm. Yo, just wanna watch. Thank you for the follow. I guess I could have waited on jamming the Stoneforge with a Spell Snare in my hand. That might have been reckless, actually, now that I think about it. Alright, I'm gonna put True-Name. Actually, I'm going to put Stoneforge and True-Name back. Gonna fetch for another Tundra and Ponder again. Alright, so here, I think I am going to just keep on top and see if they actually go for it. I think here we can maybe be able to bluff them out. Nice. You see that? You see that? Sometimes you just gotta know. I guess potentially that could have worked in the first game. Yeah, exactly. Negator 77. This time I think this, without them seeing my hand, I can bluff them easier. Obviously, if they had called, it would have worked out for them, but it's hard for them to know that, I think. Alright, well, Hexmage has first strike, so I'm not blocking. Well, I'm not sieging. What do you... I don't know what you're talking about. Right. This is nice. I could Spell Snare that. There actually is one upside to sieging if their board is only Hexmage. Oh no, am I getting righted? Holy shit. No. Not like this. This is a not like this moment. Yeah, well, I guess they just had it all. I think this opponent played so much better than the last opponent. Yeah, they baited with the Sylvan Library, which is nice. And then I got killed by the Rite of Consumption. So they played really well, I think. Alright, keep. Matt, if we CJ and they sack Hexmage, we can vote for the Merit Lage. That actually does work. Yeah, it does work. Alright, I'm just gonna ponder off Basic Island. Sylvan Safekeeper is one reason. I think these look good to me. In fact, I almost want to draw them in that order as well. Well, Keith, you know, whatever. Sometimes you die. Did my opponent mulligan? They did. Mollusk right to bottom. Okay. Again, don't know what I need yet, so I'm just gonna chill for a bit. Yeah, I think my opponent played really well there. This could be Storm, it could be Bug, it could be Grixis. It could basically be anything by this point. I guess we'll find out in a sec what it is. Well, I guess I'm sort of priced into the counterspell here. Still don't really know what's going on yet, but that's fine. I guess I can brainstorm into a potential Stoneforge, so I'm gonna lead with that. Well, I guess I could waste them, but I kind of feel like shuffling away these lands is better. I guess... Do I want to ponder again? Yo, Joe! Welcome back, friend. Thanks for the 8-month resub, friend. I hope you're doing well. It could be Green Phoenix. I'm gonna just ponder and hope I hit... Well, that was fine, I suppose. I think I'm just gonna leave all these on top. Land Grant Phoenix? How could you even say that? Alright. Where's my Jace? Where's my Stoneforge? Where's my anything? Doesn't look like Rector. It looks like just straight Bug. Yeah, Joe. Thanks for the compliment on my hair. Yo, what's up, Squeak Squitters as well? Do I need to plow that yet? I guess I don't technically. Alright. I guess now I will. I'm gonna waste the C, I think, to keep them off potential Jace. Not sure what's quite in their deck yet. These decks are like range. Do I even care? I feel like I don't. Yo. Ari, what the hell was that gibberish? You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. I feel like that was probably the dog walking over Ari's keyboard. If I had to guess. It's probably keyboard dog, not keyboard cat for Ari. Alright, well, I'm going to Spell Pierce that. Whatever that's getting, it can't be good for me. Alright, Jace! Jace! Come on, Jace! Damn it. Alright. I'm not going to play the land. I'm holding that one for Brainstorm in case if I draw it. Alright, well, we'll trade my Spell Snare for that. Good dog. Good dog indeed. Alright, come on, Jace. Alright, well, we'll take Snapcaster. I think I'm actually going to draw the Force as well, but we'll see what happens. Do I have to shuffle? Actually, I will take the shuffle. One sec. What does Toothy do? Am I supposed to force this? I could just... Oh wait, they get... So they get a free card. I'm gonna force it. Yeah. It just draws them a free creature, so I actually am supposed to force it. I had to parse what this thing actually does. Alright, well, that's fine, I guess. You can deed away my Stoneforge, I'll be okay with that. Sucks. Guess I have to snap Counterspell, but they get the 2-for-1 off deed, but that's fine. Whoa, why is it jumping around like that? Magic Online, don't do that. That was good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so I have Snap, Force of Will if I need it. Alright. So I feel favored from this board state. They can deed for 4, which is not 5. Sup, Eddie? Hope you're doing well. What am I supposed to do here? You played so badly yesterday, but you're doing better today. That's good to hear. I guess I am supposed to just... Yeah, I think I'm going to just force it out. We both get 2 lands, and then they can deed, which is like, whatever. Alright. Well, this is going very well, actually. Just Stoneforge for Jitte, I think. And say go. I'll just leave up Snapfell. We can just play it slow because we have so many counterspells to hide behind. So it like you basically just want to cut down the number of top decks they can have. I feel like so I'm representing 2 basically 7-drop counterspells, but that's good enough here in this board state, I think. Gotta read this one too. Alright, guess I have to counterspell that. Wait. Oh, I guess I can just plow it, right? I guess countering it is the same as plowing it. Except they don't gain a bunch of life. Alright, nice. Got him. Alright, this is the sort of deck I want Disenchant against because you don't know what the hell they're going to have. Purge 2, and Gideon's good. I think Spell Pierce is not very good. And I don't think Spell Snare is great. I'm also going to side in... Maybe I'll just leave in 1 Spell Snare. Negator, that does amuse my cold, frozen heart. Jitte is kind of bad. All right, I'll put in 2 clicks for the Jitte and the thing. Skull is obviously great. Plowshares is great. Gideon's great. Jace is great. I don't like Containment Priest versus my opponent's deck. I mean, it is good for his Green Sun Zenith, but I really don't feel like that's the way I want to be playing it. Nah, I like Stoneforge. I can Brainstorm the equipment back, though. Like, think about that. You can get the value off of it if you really need to. I'm just going to leave it be. Well, there's the Batterskull in my hand. I'm going to keep this hand. I just hate mulliganing in this matchup. I think it's atrocious. Gonna ponder. I feel like those are kind of bad, actually. The land is good. The rest of them are kind of not great. I guess I could go like this. You know, we'll be fine. I hate mulliganing versus that deck because I feel like their deck doesn't really do anything. Let the opponent ramp you. Yeah, but the problem is they don't always draw Veteran Explorer. And they don't always draw Cabal Therapy. Okay. Nice. That is fine. Whoa! Where's my opponent going? Alright. Joe, if you're still here, I'm opening a chest for you. I don't know if you left. You may or may not be here. I kind of feel like Join Ribs left, but... Hunted Dragon, Royal Assassin, and 5 play points. Nice. Hunted Dragon, Royal Assassin. Yeah, Royal Assassin's sweet. Unfortunately, it hasn't aged particularly well, but it's sweet. Alright, match number 5. Yeah, Royal Assassin technically playable. Playing against YT the Last Man. Kind of bad, but I'm gonna keep. That's like my motto with these fair blue decks. I feel like. Okay. I'm leading with the Mesa in case I actually do want to plow something on turn 1. Basically, you don't think you're allowed to mulligan these hands as a fair blue deck, but it's not ideal. Interesting. It's probably depths, I guess. I guess I have to force that. Pox could be Pox. Where were you last turn, bud? Where were you last turn? Okay, well, I guess it's not too late. Damn. Alright. Damn it. Okay, well, that's something. That's something. I guess I could shuffle away both lands, but then if I draw a Jace, it's not very good. Do you think I'm supposed to... Oh, I guess I could snap Brainstorm as well, so I should just keep the land. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Or I could snap Spell Pierce that. I'm exposed to Wasteland already, so I'm just going to get both of the Tundras. Man, these Celestial Purges are looking pretty good this week so far. Well, these Celestial Purge, I suppose, is the way to put that. That's these two. Well, decent, rather. Trying to eradicate the word "dece" from my vocabulary because I think it's kind of nonsensical. Alright. So our opponent's like junk? I guess they could be like dead guy. Do I want to Spell Pierce that? I feel like I do, because I feel like Spell Pierce is slowly getting worse and worse and worse. Because they already have 4 mana, so it's like... Yo, what's up, Renga87? Alright, gonna need to draw something good. A second factory is not ideal for me. Alright. Alright, I guess I'm counterspelling that because, like, either I counterspell it or I end up down a bunch of stuff. They animated the correct one. Alright. Stoneforge or something good. That was not it. That ain't it, Chief. Alright, well, I can still draw out of it. I need Jace, Stoneforge. Even Snap would be good. What's up, Bob? Hope you're doing well. That was a good draw. I have a Plow and a Brainstorm and a Counterspell. Actually, I could just leave it back and see if they attack with both again. They might not. Which I feel like is kind of better for me. They don't. Well, that cannot happen. I have to snap counterspell that. Alright. Cantrip into Jace. Cantrip into Jace. That ain't it. Not allowed to attack because they could just animate Factory and then block and pump. Alright, that's fine. Really hope I don't die to those factories. That would be embarrassing as heck. I'm hanging on to these for Brainstorm now. Oh shoot. Do you think they'll call? That was not supposed to happen. Damn, they're calling. That was stupid. I don't do a Magic podcast. A long time ago, me, Cedric, Adam, and Join Ribs did a podcast called Game State in like 2010. This is a depressing game to lose. I feel like I can win the next two though, so it's fine. I was not supposed to throw away that snap, obviously. All right. Come on, something good. All right, all right. Feel like I should take that. Obviously, I don't know if it's going to be good enough anymore. If I brainstorm to Wasteland, I think it actually is good enough. That ain't it. But we will try to bluff them. The emphasis is try. I obviously don't think it's going to work, but... Sucks. Alright, the bluff's over. That sucked. Alright, well, let's just side in anything that's good in a grind war. This does not seem particularly good, even though, like, countering their key stuff can be good. I like explosives too. Maybe Clique's not that great. I kind of feel like it is, because I think Clique is just good versus Liliana of the Veil. think Jitte sucks. I think... Yeah, Quick is not great for Blossom. Alright. I'll cut it. Jailer is sort of unreliable, but I think it's just so powerful when it works that I am supposed to keep it. Well, they did show me Mishra's Factory. Alright, I'll cut this, actually. I think that's kind of unsafe. I could cut one Stoneforge. Alright. Fine. Really don't think I want the forces versus like a heavy discard deck like that. Alright, I'll keep. I'm going to lead with the fetch because of Wasteland. I'm planning on spell piercing or whatever. Yeah. What's up, Wasteland M? Hope you... Did you play? Did you play the event? Yeah, I mean, Stoneblade is just like back in massive numbers. Mass numbers, rather. I'm gonna let that go. Alright, well. Kind of just have to spell pierce that. Alright, I think I'm going to actually explode the Mox. It doesn't look like they have other colored mana, and I feel like it's actually a good exchange for me to do that. Oh, well, whatever. Alright. Guess that didn't work out well. I'm gonna brainstorm looking for... Ooh, that was good. I think these plows look kind of bad, actually. I'm just gonna put the plows away, I think. Maybe I can keep one. But the land seems sort of more valuable to me, frankly. Just gonna disenchant the Blossom now and not risk any funny business. For some reason I didn't think that would be in their deck. Because that was a mistake. Really didn't think the deck with Alright, well, I think I'm just gonna slam the True-Name. But obviously this kind of sucks. If I'd kept a plow, I'd be in much better shape. I just didn't think the Smallpox deck actually played Confidant. Alright. I think we're just going to engage in a race soon. Or not. This really sucks. Alright, well, it could have played better. Basically getting maximum punished on every street. But it could have made better decisions. I'm just going to discard the Spell Pierce to Liliana. The problem is if I take all those out, I just don't have that many threats. This is like a matchup where I think we'd much rather be Miracles or something similar. Wish I had that explosives back. But yeah, I'm basically dead, I think. We're gonna try again though. I don't think I did the deck justice. I agree. All right. I don't think there's like a series of draws that come back from this, which is unfortunate. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back for league number 2 in a sec. If anyone has any questions, let me know. All right, let's try this again. I'm not going to change anything. I'm not confident enough to know what I would personally want to change yet. No, I think Jace is just so good that you're not allowed to not play with it. Koval said he was doing very well with the deck. And he said it felt good, so... Nettle Sentinel. What are the chances my opponent is playing elves? Alright, I guess I keep. This is actually pretty good versus elves as well. If they are elves, they may not be. Alright, well, it's pretty much ideal, I think. Looks like it might be elves. Alright, I'm gonna play Stoneforge. Do I want to wait for the true name? Yo, what's up, FGC? Do I want to wait for the true name on top of my deck? Or should I just play the Stoneforge for Jitte? Probably am supposed to just play the Stoneforge for Jitte because I don't even have my second white for Council's Judgment. I also don't have the 4th land for, you know, Violin equip immediately. Now the question is, if they glimpse, what do I do? Alright. Sucks. I think I'm just gonna force that Zenith. I think it's just way too good. I'm gonna judge the symbiote now. This is my game plan. Drawing the white source was good for me, like very good for me. Now I have to hope I can get a hit in with my Stoneforge equipped, which is kind of a tall order. I don't know, I don't feel like I'm in great shape actually. Oh, well, if they're... Oh, is this the version that has no, natural order? Alright. It looks like that's the case. Also, I'm going to just slam, jam, ram, ham. It might be the Beast Whisperer deck, but I mean, whatever. I'm going to just attack. Alright, so now the question is, what do I do with these counters? Should I kill Mystic and Heritage or Sylvan Messenger and Heritage? I think I'm probably supposed to kill these two because if I let this go on with Symbiote, it's just outrageous, I think. No, I think actually killing the Messenger is correct. Well, I think I'm dead instead. This sucks. Yeah, I'm very dead, I feel like. They returned the Quarian instead of the Visionary? That's interesting. I guess they thought mana would be their bottleneck and not cards. Right. That's the reasoning behind it. Alright. Oh, I'm not technically dead yet, but I think I am mostly dead. My deck doesn't have a main deck sweepers, so like I'm basically dead to this. I guess I'll investigate what's going on here. What is like a potential way I could win? Guess grabbing the counterspell was most likely to win. It doesn't seem that likely, but it seems more likely than alternatives. If they somehow drew 7 lands... No. And they still have Visionary Symbiote. Everything sucks. This Priest of Titania taps for approximately 1 million. Yeah, this matchup has always sucked and will continue to suck, I think. I definitely think I'm unfavored in the matchup by quite a bit. They would have to like seriously flood out, and I still don't think I'm in good shape. When am I allowed to concede? Is it about now? Yeah, I know, Matt. I know. I'll draw the Brainstorm. I'll fetch because I know my top card is like not very good. And I'll cast Brainstorm and probably concede because they have lethal damage. Alright. Well, that was not ideal. I think I slightly improved post board, but it's not even by a lot. I guess maybe it is by a lot. This does not seem very good, and neither does this. I could hypothetically leave in some number of Spell Pierces for Green Sun Zenith. I don't think they play Natural Order, but Containment Priest sort of covers Green Sun Zenith. I'm just kind of worried about them just having winged creatures, so I don't want to draw Spell Pierce that much. The question is Disenchant versus Snare versus Clique. I think I actually like Clique because it's an easy way to establish a flying creature plus Jitte. I don't actually think this card is great versus them for what it's worth, so I might just take it out. I don't know how you all feel about that. I feel like it's kind of shit. Basically, I just always want Jitte in the matchup. So that's what I'm going with. Alright, I guess. Need a third land for my Clique. Alright, because I'm not counterspelling many of their elves. That's unlucky. I sided out the Batterskull, so like I don't even have another equipment to get. I think I'm just gonna leave up Counterspell and hope to draw land, and then click myself on turn 3. All right, land. Well, that was good. I'm not even sure that version plays Hoof Wasteland without Natural Order, actually. I mean, I suppose they could, but it's hard to tell. Like, conceivably, that version could just not have Hoof in it, right? Probably getting Visionary. Right. Really want to land. My plan was to click the entire time, so... I'm going to target myself, and I'm going to bin one of the Stoneforges. It is value elves, I think. Alright, come on, land! Land! Yes! Alright, I'll get that to play around check. Now we decimate their forces. Kill that one. Kill that one. They could have Zenith for Rex Sage, but that's fine. I got in a big hit, which is kind of what I need. Kind of sucks. Whatevs. So their hand must not be very good if that's happening. So I'm going to just try to end them with Jace. Alright, that's acceptable. Just Wasteland the Dried Arbor, I guess. Actually, I could Wasteland the Cavern. That's probably better. And now if they want to attack, I'll just block. Oh, that sucks. Guess I sort of got. Sylvan Messenger. Alright. Alright, that's pretty good. So I can Plow plus CJ. Or I could CJ the Counterspell. If I CJ that and Plow that, that's really, really good for me. So I think that's the play. What bodies hit for? Yep. Pretty much. Alright. No more stuff for you. Or very little stuff for you. Beast Whisper number 2. Alright. No deck is working properly? Not sure what you mean by that. I'm just doing this to shuffle. Then I'm going to brainstorm again. Shrug. Attack, use all my counters to kill with the Beast Whisperer. The theory is, if you don't let them get any traction, they can't actually win. So now I'll say go. What's up, Nucleosynth? Hope you're having a good one. We went 2 and 3 in the first week, but I still believe in this deck, so it's pretty good. Don't think it really matters what I do now. Guess I can go like that and just attack for 4. Play True-Name. Have a Counterspell plus Plow. That should be good enough. Counterspell, Force plus Plow should be good enough. Alright, time for game 3. Do I want Disenchant just for Pithing Needle? Feels like the answer is no. Didn't see a choke. Obviously they could still have it, but I think I'm just going to run the risk. I feel like my matchup is actually pretty good versus them, and I still have forces for the choke. I'll keep. Right. Just need a bunch of lands. So close. Death have choke? Well, whatever. Give me white source. Give me a white source. That's bad. It's really bad, actually. I'm gonna put a Jailer and a Judgment back. I'm gonna ponder looking for a white source. Alright. Crisis averted. I could have forced the priest, but I just thought the chances of me finding white source were so high that it wasn't supposed to. I'm gonna have to force this, and I think I'm gonna pitch probably the snap. I could pitch the verdict, actually. That actually might be better. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna pitch verdict. I wish I could pitch Council's Judgment. I think that would actually be the correct one to pitch. That's bad. Priest is actually, like, pretty nice, I feel like. Priest just taps for, like, infinity mana. Obviously not infinity, but, like, a bunch. I feel like the hand was a keep, but obviously it was vulnerable to a bunch of things. I don't know, what do y'all think? Alright. I'm definitely going to plow the symbiote now. I'm going to ponder. Alright, I guess. This is not the most exciting. I don't know, I kind of hate just having Disenchant. Mostly because I don't even know if there's going to be a good target most of the time. Like, just look at this game. Wasteland. Like, Disenchant seems like a high variance card. Alright. I mean, it sort of is, I guess. Blade is much better versus Chalice of the Void, I think, which is one of its big upsides. Alright. Let's see if my opponent knows the trick. I'm actually dead here. So you use Symbiote to bounce itself to keep untapping the priest. Alright. This is an old trick from the Pro Tour Berlin days. You have a single verdict, but I pitched it to force. Plus I would have been dead on turn 4 anyways. Alright. My opponent knows the trick. GG's. This matchup seems not great. Obviously I got game 2, but my hand was pretty good. But game 3 I just got killed on turn 4 through a bunch of disruption. Like I cast a plow, I cast a force, and you know, it wasn't even close to good enough. Yo, what's up, Shinny? 564. I mean, like, there are vulnerabilities to this deck, and you saw one of the vulnerabilities. I think Elves is not a good matchup despite having Jitte and True-Name. I think you need to assemble those to win, and need to assemble them quickly, and I did not do either of those things. Alright. It's weird because I used to love Stoneforge Mystic back in like 2010, 2011. Now it just feels so like... I don't know what the right word is. By the way, forgot to do this, but a shout out to Mana Traders and Cardboard Live for supporting the stream. I think Jace is so good with Stoneforge and works naturally that you're supposed to play it. Puncher's Chance P. I understand why you wouldn't play it, but I kind of feel that's sort of a mistake. Anyway, I'm gonna just go Island Go. Gonna Spell Pierce. Also, I'm gonna use my mana for the next few turns, so I feel like this Spell Pierce is correct. And my opponent mold and scratch at the bottom, so I feel that that makes it also pretty good to do. I'm just gonna jam the Stoneforge off of basic planes. Probably gonna get Skull versus Volcanic, but obviously I don't know for sure yet if it's correct. I feel like it's correct. If it gets bolted, whatever, you know. Maybe I'll survive to cast it later. Or maybe, maybe I'll get to 5 lands to cast it later. Or 6, if we think our opponent has days. Wait, I feel pretty strongly that Jace is mostly better than Palace Jailer. Obviously, there are corner cases where it's not, but... Alright. Don't really know. It kind of feels like Sneak and Show, in which case my hand, now that I've drawn the Spell Pierce, is actually really good. Alright, so my opponent's Brainstorm locked. That's nice. It's pretty good too. I feel so safe now, like I really just can't fathom. Also you have to protect Jace from attacking creatures is another reason. So I don't think it's like strictly wrong to not play it. The 4th land's actually pretty good, so I'm going to keep the land. I'm not going to tap out for Jace. That seems necessarily reckless. I'm just going to keep beating down for 5 until my opponent leaves the game. So do we think this is Sneak and Show or Delver? I feel like it could really be either. SNS? Yeah, I have a feeling it's SNS too. Well, they got Brainstorm locked. Alright, I think we're about to find out what it is. I guess it could be Storm. I mean, it probably is Storm, yes. I'll just snap Spell Pierces now off. Tundra. Yep, I agree. And drawing another blue card was really good there. So now I can just ship again. I'm at 30, so they need to assemble basically a pretty significant storm count. But I also have 2 forces. Let that go. Let that go. Like, a raw tendrils does not kill me, so I'm just happy to let that go. I think they basically need to Past in Flames or Adnause to get a big enough engine, but Adnausing at 2 doesn't really work, so it has to be Past in Flames, so I can just force both Past in Flames, I think. And that's A, assuming they have it, and B, they have enough mana to go get it if they don't have it. So that both of those things seem really hard. It's fine. I don't really care about that. So now I could just hardcast a force and then force pitching Jace. Or force pitching Ponder, whichever one seems better. Okay. Yeah, I feel like opponent conceding might have been slightly better equity for them. Oh, I can just force this tutor. And the game ends, which is kind of nice. All right. So we actually get to improve a little bit, which is nice. I think these plows are pretty bad. I don't think any versions have Xanted Swarm anymore, so I'm gonna just pretend they don't have Xanted. I'm going to side out Plowshare for Supreme Verdict, and I know other people like Surgical in this match. I don't really love it. Yeah, I'm gonna cut CJ and Jitte. I guess that actually does give me room for Surgicals, but I don't think it's really that great. Yeah, I agree. Jitte and Council's Judgment are basically not very good. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have 2 Surgicals in, but it's just so unexciting. Yo, Scorch Bear, thanks for the follow. Sup, the Abyssal Persecutor. Hope you're doing well. Not much. Just playing some white-blue Stoneblade. To varying amounts of success. Soothsaying. Alright, Zach the Ripper. let's break this down. Why do you think Soothsaying is good? I feel like this is a keep, but it's not the most insane. I hate mulliganing versus discard decks. I also have a Spell Snare for Infernal Tutor. And I have a cantrip. If the meta was all land and storm, you'd play the hell out of some Soothsaying. Yeah, that seems reasonable. The problem with Soothsaying is I think it's really slow and clunky. I do not think your description of it as Mega Brainstorm is really... what's the right word for that? I don't know. Chat, you figure it out. You figure out what I'm trying to say. I could just waste them. I feel like I'm going to waste them. I feel like this is correct. Because they pondered off pedal, which means they drew the C off the ponder. Is my takeaway. So I feel like wasting them is actually correct. Alright, let's see if they have a land. Nice. The deduction worked. It worked. Alright, I'm just going to leave up Spell Snare. And then next turn I'll play Stoneforge for Skull. That was a nice draw too, actually. The reason I'm not getting Tundra is I want to keep in my deck to be able to be fetched off a fetch in case I need the colored mana. Because I also don't even know what I really want to ponder for. Like, I guess Stoneforge was it. Matt, you know as well as I do that deck can actually kill off 0 lands. Should I just Fate Seal them and keep all of the mana away? I feel like that might be correct, actually. There's no way that Preordain's good for them. It's actually, like, basically impossible. Alright, nice. Alright, on to match 3 of the second league. We're 1-1 with white-blue Stoneblade. Alright, and I have a match. Alright, keep. Gonna go Plains Go to play around. Well, in case I want to plow in turn 1, rather. What's with all of the Nick fit? I'm gonna send it farming. Should I waste them? Or should I play Stoneforge? What do y'all think? Alright, I'm gonna waste them now that I drew another waste, actually. Damn, they had a basic. Just get Skull. Start applying some pressure. I fetched Tundra because I really do want another blue source. I think I'm actually going to force it pitching Snap. Which might seem a little bit aggressive, but then I can waste the scrub next turn and then put the Skull in. And this just puts them so far behind from like actually being able to do anything good that I feel like it's a little bit aggressive to do that, but I think it's a fine play. It's just Nick Fit, right? Yeah, I don't understand the duress, but whatever. Interesting. Yeah, well, no, it was more important to hide the Batterskull, right? They can duress the Batterskull. So they can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana this turn. I also don't know why they didn't block, but my assumption is they wanted the black from that Lawrence. Like, my assumption is they have a 6-drop they want to cast. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, weird. Okay. What are they getting? What do you think? Well, so now it's 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. Ancient Tomb, but they played Swamp. Alright. My take on this situation is I really want to plow right here. I really don't want those lands. I feel like if I attacked last turn, I'm supposed to attack this turn as well. Interesting. Yeah, I should... Well, I could have attacked with that. Actually, maybe I was supposed to, even. What do you think is happening here? That ain't good, Chief. That ain't good. So this deck has probably Arena Rector. If you want to look that one up. Which means I probably want Surgical for Arena Rector. I can probably take out Spell Snare. It does not seem particularly good. Can probably take out... Jitte does not seem great either. Yeah, I'm not that excited by that, Lawrence. I think it's kind of conditional. Nah, Pierce hits Deed, and it also hits the hardcast Planeswalkers. I think Pierce is less conditional than Snare is. I guess I'll side out one Stoneforge. I don't think they'd be on both Rectors, Matt, but I definitely could see them being on Arena Rector based on the Ugin. I feel like it's a lot of space to try to fit both Rectors into your deck. Alright, I'm gonna keep. I just hate mulliganing versus the Cabal Therapy Duress deck. Haven't seen this one in a while. Alright, they got Veteran Explorer. Alright, that was okay. They could be doing anything. You're correct there, actually, Matt. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna main phase Brainstorm looking for a plow. I'm gonna get Tundra. Those aren't plows. In fact, I have too many lands, really. I'm gonna put Batterskull back. I'm gonna put Alan back, I think. Yo, Lusitani Tuba Ravo, thank you for the follow. Actually, now that I think about it, I should have kept the other blue source, I think, but whatever. Hopefully it doesn't cost me. I could. I'd rather just have the skull in my deck in case if I draw a Stoneforge to basically draw a card. Staxilla is mostly what I'm thinking. Phyrexian Tower. Alright. They can do anything. Was there a Prismatic Omen play? Cubs fan 134? Because that would be wild. And kind of like neat, I guess. Spellfear is not looking so good, but Spell Snare wouldn't have been much better. Yeah, it's kind of weird to have enough mountains for that. Double Spell Pierce this. I'm going to. Yeah, that basically sounds like the deck. Alright. Get out. That was nice too. So now I can basically just counter their like next 4 spells, and that's probably good enough to win. Unless they have like Carnage Tyrant, I guess. Which is not out of the question, really. Do I even care? Feels like I don't. Feels like they're going to get a Verdant Sword, sack it to their tower, and I'm going to Snapcaster Brainstorm in response to get some value. Alright, I will Snap Brainstorm. Just want to get something going. don't really think I need those ponders right now, so won't bother with them. I'm going to try to leave as many basics in my deck as possible. There's what, 4 left? Really hope to draw a Planeswalker soon. That's not great. Alright, let's see if they trade again. They traded last time. They might trade again. Nope. Alright. At least I'll get the damage through. What do you think is going to happen this turn? Really anything. Like, anything could happen, really. I'll just hardcast Force on that. I feel like they could get like Carnage Tyrant or some BS that I really don't want to deal with. They could also get Cavern. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with that. It's just, I don't really see any upside in letting that happen. Right, whatever this is, it can't be good for me, so... It's probably Thragtusk. Jace? Jace would be nice. Give me a Jace. Alright, that's fine too. Or Titania, yeah. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna look for the Jace. Alright, nice. I'm just gonna Brainstorm. Very nice. Alright, you're a move opponent. Not even going to bother clicking them. I don't even think it's worth it. Is this like... Alright, it's something that's soft to snap Spell Pierce, which is funny. Alright. Spell Pierce is good for 8-drop Planeswalkers, is what I've learned again. Oh, let me clarify. It's good for non-Tron 8-drop Planeswalkers, because Tron always has like 10 mana floating around. Alright, keep. Actually going to play the Strand on turn 1 to leave up the option of this or this. So we're 2-1 so far. We have as many wins this league as we did last league. Is my opponent Reanimator? Could be. Well, gonna get Tundra and Spell Pierce that. What do we think Mire Inquisition actually means? I don't know, but in case I'm going to do this. Alright, well, those are good cards. I'm going to put Jace the bottommost and the Brainstorm on top of it. If they're a combo deck, obviously I'm going to regret this, but I kind of feel like Inquisition means grindy Grixis. Yeah, that's my thought too. I feel like it is Grixis. Wish I didn't have this Plow and Judgment in my hand. Well, mostly the Plow seems pretty awful, but... This is probably a Strix. Oh, it's a him. Alright. I'm just gonna play Jace and uptick. I know my top card is Stoneforge, so I'm gonna uptick on them. Yeah, I don't want you to have that. If they have Bolt, Snap, Bolt, so be it, but that's fine. Angler. Tassiger. Okay. Right, I'm going to lead on Plow. Waste the Volk. I'm gonna Brainstorm, then Stoneforge. Obviously, I'm vulnerable to a Bolt now, but that's fine. I've gotten, at least have gotten some value out of it. Don't think I want the JLR. Well, actually, I might. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to Stoneforge, which means I should just hide these two. Yeah. I'm going to go like this and say go. I agree. I figured it out. Nice. They don't have a red source. Alright. Nice. Nice Grixis. I'm going to play the Jailer first, see if it resolves. Alright. Nice. I'll just plus on them. Yes, I'll bottom that and say go. I'm always afraid they'll have like Snapcaster, EOT, then like kill it, and then the game gets weird, and I don't want that. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's just... Alright, nice. We won game one. I think post-board it gets a little bit more difficult, but... I like Fluster versus him and K-Command. I don't like Swords to Plowshares. I think it's kind of awful. But I probably need to leave some in. Yeah, that's fair, Eddie. Maybe I was supposed to do that. I like Celestial Purge more than Plow, actually. I don't think Jitte is that great. I'm going to shave like 2 forces, I think. For Gideon... So, I could try to B2B them, but I think that's just like not a reliable plan. I might just have Clique in my deck instead. What do y'all think? Clique or B2B? Probably Clique. Clique seems way better. Can I just get all of the forces out of my deck? Maybe I can. This deck can only E for 2. Maybe I'll just leave 1 force in. Does that sound crazy? I guess it's kind of crazy. What else am I allowed to cut? I can shave a Stoneforge. Yeah. Alright, maybe I go like this. This looks sort of okay. I just don't like having 4 plows in this matchup. I think it's just kind of awful. I also don't think CJ is that good, but it kills planeswalkers, so I think you need to have the 2 CJs and the Purge and the 2 plows just to kill stuff. Anyways, we'll go with this. Yeah, it's just like so clunk-a-dunk that I'm not... I don't know. I think Stoneblade is already a clunky deck. I'm going to keep. I just keep any reasonable hand in this matchup. I also would probably keep some unreasonable hands too, so take that as you will. Right, nice. That's good. This hand is really good, yeah. I'm basically going to fluster whatever if I can. This looks like a hymn. So I'm going to snap off the fluster. I'm getting a Tundra because A, I didn't board in back to basics, and B, I don't think they sided in Blood Moon versus me. I don't even want to waste here, I think, right? Kind of feel like I should just leave up Counterspell, right? I'm going to just leave up Counterspell. Alright. I don't really love wasting. Just look at our hand, Eddie. It's just... so clunky. If I had one more land, I would consider it. I don't think I'm going to waste. I think I'm going to just say go. I'm going to counterspell that, actually. What's up, Nurse Talkie? Hope you're doing well. It's been a while, fam. Whoa. What the hell? Alright, I'm fine with that. That's weird. Yeah, that's a good point. Alright, they didn't hit a land, which is probably why they did that. Alright, if I draw a land, I will probably waste. Okay. That's good. So what can I put back? Probably Stoneforge and Snap. TNN and Mesa. Wow. You and I play very differently, I think. But I think I understand where you're getting at. I think your play is actually better. I don't like jamming TNN. I'm so exposed to I think it's fine to leave in 2 forces. That's the number of forces I left in. Yeah, you just want to Silver Gill Adept as much as possible. I agree with that assessment of the matchup. Okay. You're probably going to hymn me, and I'm going to Spell Pierce it, and then I'm going to untap and play Palace Jailer, and then the game is going to end. Do you all like the sound of that? I also like the sound of that, mostly because I think Phyrexian Arena is a broken card. Alright. I'm going to target the Strix. Joer's the best. Joer's like Fiend Hunter, Phyrexian Arena wrapped up in one. It's just ludicrous. Not to be confused with the rapper Ludacris. Phyrexian Hunter. Wow, that would be an OP card. Wait, it is an OP card. I'm gonna force this. I don't know if that sounds crazy to y'all, but I think that's actually correct. Because if they have push, they could actually take the Monarch. Then I would just have to force the push anyways. It's like a 2-for-1 either way. I feel like this is just much safer. I'm just gonna block like that. Don't think my opponent understands how Plowshares works. I'm gonna play around it because it makes sense for them to have it. So if I'm going to force one of those two spells, I would much rather force the Colgan's command than the push. Alright, I'm just gonna end my opponent now. I drew both of my Wastelands, and it's freaking great. And now I'm going to just put Batterskull into play and the game will end. Probably. I guess if they just leave up command, I probably shouldn't. I am the Monarch. What's up, Big Richie? Alright. Nice. It's also nice. I guess the question is, do I play around Deluge? I don't think I'm going to. Just have Mono Gas. Alright. Probably going to purge that, but we'll see. Might not. Basic Mountain, eh? Alright. I'll purge it. I just don't want them getting the Monarch. The Monarch. Alright, we're 3-1. This is going a lot better than the last week. We lost round 1 to Elf combo, the value Elf combo list. It did not strike me as a particularly good matchup. Yeah, that sounds about right. Whoa, we have a sub from eAppleton1. Thanks, bud. I'll open a chest for you in a sec. We are 3-1 with white-blue Stoneblade. We're playing against J Manor. I cannot explain that to you, but I'll let other people in the chat do so. Alright, I'll just open the chest now. They appear to be being slow. Alright, this is for you, eAppleton. Chandra's Phoenix. And 15 play points. It's not the quite the right Phoenix. Alright, keep. Death and taxes, huh? Alright. That's not great. Say hi to Emily for me. We are in danger, but I believe this matchup is good overall, so I'm not going to worry about it. I feel like just playing the Stoneforge is not even that good. I feel like I'm just going to play land Sago. Yeah, I really need to draw another colored source, and it really needs to be a basic land. That sucks. I don't think it's 100%, but I do understand what you're getting at. The problem with doing that is it's very risky. And I felt like I could wait another turn. Plowshares, that sucks. Alright. I think now I need to Brainstorm, unfortunately. Alright. That's sort of okay. I don't think I need another Wasteland. It's just so awkward. I don't have a True-Name in my hand. I could just put my Pierces back. I'm going to redraw one. You are correct. Well, I'm going to draw one Pierce anyways, right? I don't think passing makes any sense. They're just going to jam Palace Jailer. I think I just want to get the Jitte and hope to draw True-Name next turn. Like, I don't really care if they kill this Stoneforge. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't think that actually matters. I think basically I need to draw True-Name this turn. And I also need to shuffle off my Brainstorm. Okay. Okay. I should technically float, but that's their last mana, so I'm not going to bother wasting time. Alright. True-Name, please. Also, note they did not cast the Palace Jailer. Also, this matchup used to be easier when I played Supreme Verdict in my main deck. I'm going to say that. Also, this does not have a Tundra to search for anymore, which is very sad. They think I have foul. Oh, that's fair. That would actually make sense, right? That would explain these plays. Joke's on them, my hand sucks. You got another Flicker Wisp. Alright, so they're just trying to value drain. Come on, True-Name! True-Name! That ain't it. Oh, I can't even cast a Judgment right now. I only have 2 Tundra in my deck. No thanks. I think I'm just gonna shuffle. Alright. I should cast a Jitte actually. Yeah. I do only have 2 Tundra. Yo, remember when I should cast Jitte? Sup, Hates Control. Hope you're having a good Monday. We're on match 5 of our second week. Went 2 and 3 in the first week. We're 3 and 1 this one, but this game's not looking great. Whoa, nice. You won an Underground CSR with Blue Painter? That's freaking awesome. Where did you win that tournament? Collector Legion in SoCal. It sounds like you're playing Blue Black Painter now. What's up, Itai? I don't know if you left or if you just came back. It looks like we're gonna lose this game to taxes. We know there's a Palace Jailer and a Flicker Wisp in their hand. I don't really have any interest in playing Blue Black Painter because A, I don't have a list for it, and B, I don't know. Alright, so they're still playing around Force. I feel like I've seen lists like this before, but I can't remember where. Alright. I think I need to just kill the Mother of Runes. Word. I think soon I will have to start testing for the GP instead. Alright. Kind of just hoping my opponent doesn't play the Palace Jailer again, but I think now they're going to, unfortunately. Niagara Falls and its Legacy. Alright, I'm going to Spell Pierce it and force them to use their Jailer, I guess. Since there was no BR Lock or Eldrazi. What is BR Lock? Do you mean BR Reanimator? Gov Butter. I was considering Grixis Phoenix. I was considering White Blue Stoneforge. Oh, Red Prison. Yeah, this is the problem. A lot of people say they didn't see anything, but you actually need to like aggregate everything together. You actually need to get the entire field, which is not the easiest to do, obviously, but also I feel so dead now. Like, I don't know. I feel like my opponent could do almost anything and I would lose. I guess if they don't kill my creature, I wouldn't lose, but Rashadan Port. Alright. Well, this was expected. So I'm actually dead in 2, so I actually need to Brainstorm into True-Name and Plow, I think is how I win. Alright. True-Name plus Plow this turn. Okay. Alright. Alright. Alright! Alright! Oh, can't put that back. Well, I'm never going to be able to cast this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's showing 6. And that's if my true name somehow dies. These are some nice planes. I actually really like them. True name is quite a card. I agree with you. Hates control. I hope it wins the game here, but it's still gonna be tough. In my opinion. One thing to note is I am going to actually get the Stoneforge back and probably get to shuffle. Yeah, it's either going to be tough or not. Actually, it might be really close, Itai. You know, like, I don't know, like, it's sort of close, right? Do you have another Wisp in their hand, or did I kill one? I can't even remember. Alright. Alright. I'm not sure. It might be GG. I have to figure it out. Oh! Yeah, that is GG, right? Alright. Sucks. Probably dead. Alright, that sucks. They even have a Vial this game. They just had Raw Dog. Yeah, opponent did play well. I'm not mad about that. Well, I guess I can be a little bit mad, but I'm not really mad about it. Alright, in any case. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is atrocious. You like Priest, Itai? I guess I don't have that many sweepers, right? So Priest is actually better. Do you like Spell Snare? They have to side out the plows? Okay. Should I take out Spell Snare? I feel like I should. Feels like Snare is not the best. Well, it's kind of good actually, but it's bad if they have a cavern. And it's bad if they have a vial. What do y'all think? Should I keep... Should I keep Snare? Alright, I'm gonna... I do think Priest plus Back to Basics is actually a reasonable plan, right? I'm gonna side out the snares. I'm gonna side out one force, and I'm gonna side out something else. Oh, I could cut Counterspell. Yeah, that makes sense. Nah, I'm gonna try the Priest, but I might end up hating it. Nope. It's pretty bad. This is better than average 5? Probably, but not by a lot. Alright, I'm just gonna main phase the priest. I don't want any shenanigans to happen. You either main phase it or have to wait forever around it. Ancient Tomb. Alright. Should I waste the tomb? I think I'm going to waste the tomb. Because to me, them playing it off tomb means they don't have many lands. Because there's almost no way you would play Thalia off tomb unless you don't have another land. Oh, I guess you could have that. Wait, so they just drew the port? That was kind of weird, right? Alright, that makes sense. If it was to play around days, that does actually make sense. I'm gonna just hope they don't have another land. Alright. So the reason I didn't attack is I want to slow the game down for me to draw a spell. So they don't get in points of damage with the Stoneforge. Our opponent's just never going to violate anything in, Fine Gersh. That sucks. Everything's bad. I guess so. I'm not sure, Fine Gersh. I've drawn a land almost every turn, though. But I guess that was a liability when I kept my opener. I don't think I'm allowed to mulligan that hand, though. It was 5 lands priest, including a Wasteland and 2 fetches on 6 cards. Well, so the issue with mulling that is I think the lands are actually necessary. And if you just find a single cantrip or a Stoneforge, it's good. But also the games are not fast, they're slow. Lawrence, I don't think you actually have to mull it when you expect the game to be slow. Is Stoneforge Mystic tier 1? I don't know. It's probably fine. I know. I think keeping is correct, but I can understand why you would mulligan. It was a 6, yes. Yes, that's what I was saying. Okay. Did I leave jail or in? I did not. It's time to block with my priest, I guess. The problem is you have to block with priest now because it just gets shot by the Sword of Fire and Ice. This was such a promising 3-1. Man, even Karakas would have been good right there. Well, I guess they wouldn't have equipped it to the other one, but... You have to block. That's a force blocked. The problem is they have so many spells in their hand, too. Like, this is just... Yeah, this isn't not even that exciting, really. I mean, I guess I cast it, but it's like, it's kind of whatever. Like, what is going to happen is they're going to put in another threat, and if it's a Thalia, I actually get super, super fucked. Alright, it wasn't a Thalia, at least. Oh, shoot. Well, actually, I kind of want them to equip, right, Itai? I was hoping they would dump mana into it. I don't know. I see what you're saying because of Flicker Wisp, but I kind of feel like I just have to take a bunch of risks now. Alright. Punished, I guess. Yo, Royal Assassin, thanks for the follow. Well, it's not really a 2-for-1. Because I had to, it's like a 2-for-2 because I had to use a plow to set this up. I'm gonna leave up a plains to bluff another plow, but honestly I don't really think it matters what I do unless if I draw something good very soon. This matchup feels a lot harder than it used to. I don't know why. Quick draw Brainstorm into TNN and Stoneforge. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Alright, I guess I can make a token. I will block. Because if I don't block, they just shoot the token. Alright. Damn. Yeah, pre-wait a tutor and becoming the Monarch. Alright. Alright. I guess I should tap like this. Yes, Jace. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Jace is trying. Don't play the land? Oh, you're right. Now they have full info about whether my Jace will die or not. Yeah, I should not have played that land. Yeah, basically, you should have hidden the information. Is it a jailer? I'm completely dead now. The problem is we knew their hand was all spells when they had 3 lands and 5 cards in hand. So, like, I thought this was going to happen, and it's pretty shitty, obviously, but... Alright. Okay. I mean, yes. Alright. I actually think I need the Batterskull too. I'll just redraw it next turn. Yep. At the last open, it's because everyone copied Envoltson's list. It was very popular. Damn. Sucks. It was Hates Control. We saw the Ancient Tomb on turn 2 of this game. Yo, SCPing the Jailer does nothing. I don't understand what you're talking about. No, it... What? It literally doesn't do that. Do I think drawing this Batterskull will be good enough? I feel like the answer is no. The chance of Monarchy being in Modern is almost 0%. Yeah, I can't draw that anymore. I don't think it does anything. The Monarch is a mechanic that was designed for multiplayer, but it's not even like a good design for multiplayer, in my opinion. I have to get Skull even though like I'm in trouble. Mostly because I am at such a low life total that I have to get Batterskull. Yeah, I 100% believe that it was a fine design for... Alright, well, this game's over. There are very few end of turn triggers. I agree with that, Itai. Time to chump block again. And really not make any progress whatsoever. Yes, that is what the Monarch was designed to do. Have people attack each other in multiplayer games. Alright, well, that was not really fun, but... Selavi. Alright. Constructed All-Star. Constructed contested war zone. Yeah, that was something. All right. I'm gonna open the chest for everyone here and see what we get. Lotus Bloom. Is that something? Ooh, 45 play points is nice, but Lotus Bloom. $0.75, eh? Well, that's not nothing, fortunately. Let's see. Do I really want to start another one? What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. Alright, sure. I'll start another one. I was debating it. I'm kind of tired, but we'll go. I don't understand Prewait's design either. I agree. The cards whose design I don't understand the most are Leovold, Prelate, Palace Jailer. True-Name also doesn't make a lot of sense, but it was also intended for multiplayer, I believe. No, we lost to taxes too. I mean, True-Name was designed for multiplayer, Feingersh. Alright, opponent, come on. I mean, Deathrite was designed in such a way that it didn't die to Elec Trickery. Oh, this is not Death and Taxes. I don't want to force that. Probably not. Yeah, I agree with you, Itai. Lord of Atlantis, I think White Blue Miracles is a slightly better deck. I think I need the lands sufficiently badly enough that I can take some damage from the Delver, then kill it eventually on like turn 4 to play around Daze. That's what I was debating. I didn't say it out loud. That sure is taking a while on like essentially nothing going on. Alright, they didn't flip at least. Okay. Alright. I think I'm just gonna fetch for a plains and then cast Ponder looking for a plow. Guess maybe True-Name might be good enough. Or True-Name plus Stoneforge might be good enough instead. Assuming I'm not like immediately under the gun. Alright. Don't flip, don't flip, don't flip, don't flip. Damn. Abrupt Decay. Alright, so they're Buggish. Delver. Remember when I said don't flip and then immediately flipped? That kind of sucked. Alright, time to jam Stoneforge and hope it's good enough. Wait. They attack, I vow it in, then I die? Oh. I guess I was actually supposed to... Alright, well, don't have time to cast this counterspell. We are in trouble. I agree with this. Kind of hate Spell Pierce in this matchup. Our opponent basically did not present anything good to Spell Pierce ever, which sort of sucks. Alright. I'm gonna plow away from surviving. Or I guess another judgment would be good, given our opponent did not stop that judgment. And they absolutely would have if they could have. That's not great either. Alright, swords to plowshares, please! I was under the impression that if you scream at your computer, you get to draw what you want. That was clearly a lie. Clearly a lie. Screwing going works when it comes to crop rotation. Fair enough. I think I'm going to side in the Gideon and a Clique. And I'll shave one force for a second Clique. I like Clique better versus Bug. Mostly because they don't have Power Blast for it. I'm considering the Purge too. Nice, I have a hater. Thanks for the view, Jarvis Hugh sucks. You're right, that does not seem like Wilson's work. So is I hate Switch. That's an old meme. Thank you, Lawrence. But I believe that person just has like 1,000 different accounts. Debating this Purge. I'm gonna have it over a force. I don't really like Flusterstorm. I like Spell Snare a lot more, so I left in Spell Snare. Alright, I'm gonna keep this hand. Thanks, Anarchist Dave. I chuckled at that. I led with this Strand to play around Wasteland. Alright, sure. Hope to draw island. Oh, really, Ita? You're so easily swayed? What's up, Scooter? I haven't seen you for a while. Probably getting hemmed. Alright. Alright. Yo, Anarchist Abe, thanks for the sub, man. Or person, rather. I should not go around assuming gender. Abe, let me know if I should open a chest for you. Because I have to plow it, really. Didn't expect that to work. It's probably getting like Lilianid or something. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna purge it to play around Spell Pierce. Yo, thanks, Duckamoy. Duckamoy is the best mod. It's the best decision I've ever made. I also don't really understand why Twitch allows people to make so many accounts. I actually just don't understand, but that's an unrelated matter. Well, I don't know. In this chat, Duckamite seems to be doing a great job of being a mod. Does that even work, Scooter? It seems like it does nothing. I also don't even know how to file one of those requests, Scooter. I'm not gonna lie. It's based on email? Oh, okay. How do I even do that? I don't even see it. Itai, you would do that on a Thursday or Friday? You would really do that to me, friend? Now considering banning Itai for that. Alright, this game has turned into a grind. Hopefully that means I'm gonna win. Ooh, alright. Well, they flip to Abrupt Decay, but they have to shuffle it away because it obviously doesn't do anything here. You know, Scooter, no one's stopping you from doing that. I don't know, I probably did, like, do something that they didn't like, but it was probably justified. Attack. It's also, like, I really hate it when people ask for takebacks at the Pro Tour. I basically just never let them. Alright, that's fine. I'm not gonna wait. Like, it would take so long to get around that via waiting. Alright. Looks good to me. Note, I don't have any fetchable white sources left, which is kind of sad. Alright. I become the Monarch. So I play around Snapcaster Mage. Yo, Bosch and Roll, thanks for the 14-person raid. Alright, I think I'm going to win this game. I have a feeling. It is a nice deck. We went 2-3, 3-2, and now we're down a game in this league, I feel like. I guess I could have just forced the block, but whatever. Alright, nice. Going to game 3 versus Bug Delver. Kind of feel like I like the configuration. It looks like a 5/5 kind of deck. Holy shit. You know, Kobo, I'm gonna make you a mod. We need more mods, apparently. Alright, I've added 2 more mods because this is actually starting to give me a headache. Just reading all of that repeatedly. Well, it's just one person going nuts. I think it is. Dovestar is the same person. Brainstorm is a really good card. Should I keep? Nah, well, actually, I guess, nah, Duckmoy, we're gonna leave it be. What, I really got a ship? I'm inclined to keep. Mostly because my opponent's playing Hymn to Tarok and Inquisition. I'm just gonna keep. Brainstorm will save me. It's bugged, Delver. It is a fetch land. Nice. Alright, fetch go, I guess. Got there easily, yeah. Play Island? Shouldn't I play Mesa because that's the one I don't want to get himmed? You like the turn 1 waste in spots like these? Yo, what's up, Tan Grace? How was your open? Did you win an open yet? I feel like I'm supposed to cast Brainstorm. Alright, that was somehow okay. Alright. Oh, I should have... Damn. I should have put the Ponder one below. That was actually a mistake. That was actually a pretty big mistake, I think. Because I want to shuffle with that Ponder if I don't see anything good. Maybe they'll just take Clique. Damn. No, you're right. I messed that up. I completely messed that up, actually, but I hope it doesn't cost me. What's under this? A snap? I really don't want to draw that snap, so I think I'm supposed to Brainstorm looking for a fetch. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to Brainstorm here. If it gets dazed, that's fine. Holy shit, I don't want these things. Alright, so I want to pitch... Because of fetch, I knew there was a card I didn't want to draw underneath it. Essentially. I hope I don't get Wastelanded. Days. Damn it. Alright, well, this game has gone to hell. Alright. So I have to draw the snap, then I have to draw the Batterskull. Oh my god. So the land underneath that has to be... I didn't even see what is said, but I don't want to see what was said. Yeah, we're famous now. Do you know you're famous once there's enough haters? Alright, I think I'm supposed to just try to chump block and then, I don't know, try to assemble a bunch of chump blocks to not die. It's obviously not very likely to work. Yeah, Al and I thought about it, and I do have the same read about things, sort of. Right, nice. Alright, it spiraled out of control on turn 1. Really? That happened to you, Koval? That sounds horrible. You know, I bet it's because I haven't been drinking enough liquid. Hydration bot tells you should drink water like every 30 minutes. Dan, jeez Louise. Alright, I'm going to open a chest for you, Anarchist Abe. Let's see what we get. Artificer's Intuition and Stolen Identity. I've heard that story too. No, Keith, I think after all of that trolling, we need some positivity, Keith. We need to be nice to Fournier. Alright, I guess I keep. Nope. I tried to drag the strand out. Raise your Keiths. Alright, well, this Spell Pierce is not getting better. I can guarantee that. I like Fournier. He's just sort of a ridiculous human. Alright. Alright. I feel like I should get Island and Ponder. Alright. Probably want that Brainstorm over a third Plow. Who was his teammate, Evan? Also, for what it's worth, I do know at certain points I've not been the most pleasant in matches. I will admit that. But I also just don't really like talking during matches. Fair enough, Bosch and roll. I'm gonna Brainstorm. I really need a land. That ain't it. I have all these plows. I feel like I bury a snap and a plow and just Brainstorm off an island. I guess I could put the Jace back, yeah. Do you agree with fetching and then casting Brainstorm again? I feel like that has to be the play. In which case I should put Jace and Plow back. Do you get another island or a Tundra? Probably island, right? And just hope that we hit a white fetch, of which there are one. Probably supposed to get island. Wasteland's so bad for us. They have not. Well, that's good. This is basically what I want. So what's going to happen? I'm going to play Plains. I'm going to play True-Name next turn, so I'm probably... I guess I could hypothetically cast Stoneforge next turn, right? So what should I do? I could put plow plains on top, actually. Snap and plow. So I was actually thinking we should play the plains, but the point is that we will not be able to cast Stoneforge for a while if we do that. But maybe that's actually okay. Because I think they're just going to play a creature next turn is my take on the situation. Game 1 True-Name. Yeah, I'm going to override most of the decisions being made and play the plains this turn. Yeah. They have to have creatures in hand. If they don't port me this turn, the game spirals way out of control, I think. Very nice. They'll probably, yep, they always name Jace. Obviously sending it farming. This is fine. Alright, True-Name number 1 online. Eight attacks to go with this True-Name to win the game. If they port, I might just snap, target Ponder, go to my turn, then Ponder. If they play a creature and then port me, I might just snap Plow. Depending. Okay, well, sure. I guess they cannot. Huh, this is weird. Alright. Alright, see ya. A land would be really good, so I'm going to snap Ponder first. Like, specifically another white source would be incredibly good, so I'm going to do it first. I feel like I'm just going to shuffle. I don't know why they named 2 either. So my feeling is they're going to actually kill my Stoneforge. Alright, see ya. But what's going to happen is I'm going to just plow the Prelate and play Jitte and equip. Yep, that was a lock to happen. They are scared of Jitte, but the problem is the play they're making is not actually going to beat the Jitte plus a plow, I think. Legacy Dredge is only okay, I think, Luke K. Is there another deck you can pick besides Legacy Dredge? Alright, now everything crumbles to dust for them. I play Legacy Dredge? What's up, Stu? Going to waste their port and then attack them with True-Name plus Tuning Fork. I'm going to just save the counters. I don't know what I'm going to use them on yet. I mean, Dredge can do well, but I think I don't actually love Dredge versus Missive. How do I put this? I guess... Damn, I'm not using my words very well. Right, so they're going to equip to Sarah Vendor. It's fine. I'm still going to kill that. And I'll take 3. I wonder if they're going to kill my Snap. I don't think they should. I haven't... Okay, so here's the thing. I have not played a lot of Dredge in my life, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. But I feel like you need to know how to mulligan with the deck, and there's a lot of weird corner cases with the deck. If you think you can learn all those things, then I think it's fine to play, but I'm not really sure besides that. I don't know if that answered your question or not. By the way, I'm sandbagging this Tundra because of Wasteland. Ooh, that's not great. I guess that's fine, unless they get, like, Relic Order. So I hope they don't have Relic Order, I suppose. Metamorph. Metamorph is a really, really weird... Do most of the Taxes deck play Metamorph? I feel like they don't. Yeah, that is really, really interesting. I think... Well, I guess... Technically ahead in the race. I guess I could also kill my own True-Name in response. Nine. So I have 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I think the Metamorph gives away there's something unusual going on with the list, so... And also, this is their only card in hand. I'm debating what to do versus this Metamorph, essentially. So I still have Council's Judgment, so I think I'm actually not going to kill my thing. I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah, they do that as well, but... Yeah, I guess this is fine. Plus, I can always Brainstorm or something into Council's Judgment as well. So that's... I was just thinking about it. I just think killing everything is just too cute, and I could actually lose that top deck war. So I have 9. Oh, shoot. Whoops. Ah, damn it. I clicked too fast. 9. That was really bad. I should have traded 1 counter to keep 2 counters off, I think. I don't know. I think it's going to get close. Oh. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yes, that's clearly correct not to let it hit me. That was really bad. Alright. Now that I've committed all these faults, what is my out? I think I still have to attack. Well, shame concede it's not happening. We don't do that here. We mostly blunder and then try to figure out how to win after blundering. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So they have 9, 10 damage. They're probably going to move the Jitte this time. That's an interesting stratagem. I'm not going to follow that one either. Alright. So they're showing 9, 10 damage. I'm showing 13. Alright. So I think I can force them. Oh, they can gain 10, they can go to 20. Nope, it's just bad all around, really. I really mismanaged this game. Alright, let's see. I think it starts out by drawing Brainstorm. Each attack, you each essentially gain 1 life. Yeah. You're probably right. Well, the horrific punt part already happened. I'm not going to slice it. Okay. Okay, this is nonsensical. Really? Alright, that's fine. Oh, I guess this makes more sense. What happens now? I go to do 15. This is fine. This is actually absolutely fine. I'm gonna gain a bunch of life. Alright, so this elongates the game, which probably does favor me. It's possible I was supposed to leave one counter on the Jitte to force the Revoker to name it, but I believe the Revoker is going to name it, period. Because otherwise you're really not just allowed to cast the Revoker anyways. Alright. This sucks. Well, the problem is if I pass, they know I don't have Plow. Tundra to Beta Waste. Is that even good for me? I feel like I might actually need all my mana at some point, like after I chain a few cantrips together. SoFi. I don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm supposed to just play my Strand, attack my opponent, and hope to draw Council's Judgment for the something. Right. No, I think playing the land is better. Well, playing the Strand is better, rather. I really want to draw a cantrip now. Cantrip into Judgment. Okay, well, that was good. It's also good, actually. Is it because Death and Taxes also has a True-Name, Itai? Is that what you're thinking? Alright, I was saved by my deck, not by my play skill, obviously. Yes, I think we are plenty good with the Batterskull now. Especially since the Revoker's on Jitte. Alright, that's fine. Equip here. Tron up. This two-shots them. Alright. I got very lucky when I didn't really need to get lucky. I think it should have been an easy route for me, but I also don't understand what happened on like turns 1 through 5. But here we are. Alright. Alright, I've decided I don't like Containment Priest that much in the matchup. Protection from player is a fair mechanic. Yep. I guess I can shave like one force, but I'm kind of wondering if I'm even supposed to. I think maybe shaving one is okay. Could also shave Palace Jailer. I really don't remember what happened on turns 1 through 5 because my opponent didn't do anything and I just cast things. Then I'm going to side out the Jailer. You think Jailer is good? What should I side out then? One force maybe? I guess I could side out a force. I did not make any deck changes yet. The deck feels reasonably good. So, alright, this is a very good hand. The only thing it's missing is a true name and a third land, but I don't think you're ever allowed to mulligan this hand. Alright, guess I have to plow that immediately. Ooh, maybe I don't actually. Alright, I'm just gonna go looking for lands and get greedy. Alright, that's kind of perfect actually. Well, there were already a bunch of haters. I don't even think I care about that. I feel like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not gonna force it. I might end up regretting that like much later, but I feel like right now it doesn't actually matter. They can't plow the Stoneforge, which is nice. All their vials are off. All their plows are off. And I can just force a creature if I really need to. Chalice and Taxes was popularized by Envoldson. There were two in his sideboards, but I don't think you're supposed to side them in these matchups. I think I care about that one. I'm going to pitch Brainstorm, I guess. Alright, come on, True Name. Come on, True Name. Damn, that's not True Name. Alright, whatever. Gonna say go. I kind of hope they play another 2-drop. Come on, 2-drop. Because I have Spell Snare, right? Oh no, never mind. Oh gosh, that would have been embarrassing. Ooh. Don't love that. Alright. I guess I should still put the Jitte into play, or... Actually, do I even put Batterskull into play? It's kind of an interesting question. Do I actually put the Batterskull into play? I feel like the answer is no, actually. It's going to take so long to, like, cast Verdict, return it, and, like, redo that. I'm not going to. Maybe they'll, like, attack into my Stoneforge, which seems incredibly unlikely, but technically possible. Or maybe they'll just overextend by so much. Yeah, I can do that now. I was But the problem is, me forcing them to use Mother of Runes doesn't actually do much with a Chalice on one. Kind of sucks, actually. Alright, sure. Alright. Alright. Guess I'll put this one into play now. Alright, so I can attack. I could have attacked with this Stoneforge too, actually. Yep, that's my plan. Obviously, it kind of sucks that my land dies, but that's fine. Actually, I guess they might not kill my land. This actually worked out sort of well for me. I suppose they can Flicker Wisp the Germ token, but that's fine, whatever. I kind of want them to commit more creatures to the board anyways. Yeah, obviously I think they should Flicker Wisp their Recruiter, but I'm just saying what I think might happen. Alright, I'm going to ponder this turn looking for lands. Well, there's one land, but more lands would be good too. I don't believe I want any of those, unfortunately. Those would have been good at some other points, but no thanks. Alright, I can waste the port, I guess, which is equivalent to unlocking one of my lands anyways. Alright, I'm going to waste the port. Basically, the port is trading from my blue source every turn anyways, so it basically frees up my blue source for future turns. Also, I've regained clock advantage, which is the most important. It does, but that's okay. The problem is if I let them have the port and they just have a 4-drop, like Planeswalker or whatever, it's also not very good for me. They basically get the option if they want to port or not, right? I don't get to dictate it, they get to dictate it, puncher's chance, so I think I'm supposed to waste the port there almost every time. Alright. Yeah, that damn Metamorph, it's been pretty good for them, I think. I think I'm going to block the Germ this turn. I guess I'll see if they play a port or not. I didn't play a port, so now I have to decide. Alright, I won't block. Maybe they'll play another creature. Yeah, the Metamorph is looking really, really, really good for them. For those of you who enjoy Death and Taxes. I know there's a few Taxes fans in the chat, but Metamorph has looked great. Like in these Stoneforge mirrors especially, I think. Interesting. Where are they going to flicker out? Well, really, people don't actually do that very often. So I guess I have to Wrath this turn. It's just so much damage if I don't otherwise. Right. Fortunately, they get first initiative at doing their thing, which kind of sucks. Also, that Batterskull can basically become a recruiter of the guard later, which is not insignificant. Or they could just equip here, which is not great for me either. Alright, well. Guess I died. This game was kind of awkward. Alright. We still have a third game to play, but I feel better on the play. Just gonna leave it be. So I would like to play first. I'll keep. No, I don't like Priest. I've decided I don't like Priest in the matchup again. Alright, so I basically know what I need. It's just not more lands. So I'm going to actually fire off the Ponder. These are kind of shit too, actually. Yeah, Priest is only for Sneak and Churn Reanimator, in my opinion. I'm gonna shuffle. That's a little bit better, I guess, if I don't get Thaliad. Right now, it's fine if I get Thaliad. That was a really good draw, actually. Alright. Okay, nice. Time to jam. Priest obviously good versus Dredge, you're correct. Alright. Alright. Damn, forgot to put a stop. Alright. Come on. Nah, that's not really what I wanted. The fetch is good, the island's okay. I think I'm only supposed to take the fetch. I mean, yeah, probably, but what am I going to do about it? Sarah Avenger, okay. So I could use Jace as an overglorified Brainstorm, which does not seem particularly good. I feel like I should draw the land, and then probably play Gideon, make a token. They can't really kill it that easily. And say go. Not going to attack. If they have another Sarah Vendor, it's pretty bad for me. You're attacking me, huh? That was good, I think. Alright, first order of business. Attack with both. Probably SoFi. Was it that angry? I guess it was a little bit angry. Damn, they had a 2-drop? It says you may on it, so it's not that bad for them. No Flickerless, please. Okay, that's good for me. Really good for me. It wasn't meant to be angry. I think I'm gonna just Jace, look for a bunch of plows, and end the game. It is a Beast Skull. Casting it, I think, is worse than just looking for more plows right now. Yeah, like those plows. Those are the ones I was talking about. Put a stop here. Yeah, definitely. I guess I can see what they get. I still have priority in my end step. Snap is a plow. Yeah, they're basically all of their stuff is about to die, which is kind of nice. Right, yeah, I do plow that, I think. This has been a grind. So you have a Wisp and Unknowns. You don't think I plow then? Oh, yeah, you're right. This is horrible, actually. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Nope, y'all are right. They attacked me. Okay. Deal. Deal. 100% deal. I did not anticipate this happening, but it worked out very well for me. Yeah, shocked Pikachu face indeed. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many turns of Planeswalkers will be enough? That's the question. I feel like if I can't win by this point, I really should just quit forever. Okay. I will also vote for Jace the Mind Sculptor. I know my top card is True-Name, so I didn't want to shuffle. Okay. I can waste the Karakas now still. If you really want to. And I'm showing 5. I don't even really think I want to. I might waste port. I haven't decided yet. I could just attack first and see what happens. I don't think my opponent can have anything. I'm not going to attack with Gideon. I don't think that's good. I'm just going to play all of my stuff. I don't think it's possible for them to have anything that actually kills me. Alright. Feels like they're dead. Especially since I can just Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, Elish Norn. Yeah, I would feel pretty silly then. Alright, we won that one. It was a grind fest. I can't wait to have to play 3 more matches of this tonight, but I will. Just for y'all. This might have been an unwise decision. I guess I'd keep. Not the most exciting hand. The deck list should be on the left-hand side through the Cardboard Live extension. Alternatively, you can type exclamation point deck list and something should show up. Mountain Looting. Red Stompy is fine, I think, too. Puncher's Chance P. Alright, so it is Phoenix. It's fine. Your phone won't let you use the link. Huh. Sucks. I'm gonna just Spell Snare. Spell Pierce might have value later to counter the looting. Okay. Alright, nice. Yikes. Alright, well, I'm kind of flooded. Need a Brainstorm real bad. I don't think you're supposed to force there, but whatevs. Alright, I'm gonna snap off the Pierce. Alright, nice. Yeah, I was gonna snap it off. Alright, that might be good in a bit. I shouldn't have played that fetch. That was a spew of some value. Basically, having a fetch for the Jace later would be better. Steam Fence. Save 4 Volks and probably a Steam Fence. I don't know. Basically, I don't think this deck, as constructed, is actually that good in Legacy. I especially do not think Force of Will is good in a deck that basically uses all of its cards. But alright, they can Lava Dart me. I don't think this means they're Shadow. I really don't think so. Anyways, I'm going to plow that. And this is why the bolts. All right. I'm just going to Jace plus on myself because I know what I need. And it's not that. They do play Daze. There's a Daze right here. Yes, I do not believe it is Shadow. So also seems like a matchup where Containment Priest is going to be pretty good for what it's worth. Also Rest in Peace would be good, I think, but I don't have that one in my deck. Alright, nice. Just a Delver of Secrets. Yes, I played Jason to the Daze. I think it was worth the risk. Well, obviously I thought it was worth the risk because I did it, but... Alright, lands, gonna go back. I think I'm just gonna judge that Delver. Yes, they have to return it. I've already done that as Miracles versus Grixis Phoenix. I don't think wasting the Volk does anything because they already have 3 other mana. I don't even think that's the correct play, Itai, so I'm not going to do it. But chose not to shuffle. Alright, that's fine. I can bounce it if I really need to. We'll see what I draw. Right, I guess I'm bouncing it this turn and playing True-Name. Alright, my opponent had enough of that game. Nice. Alright, let's go to the next game where I guess I want that. Guess I want this. Flusterstorm seems fine, and Surgical also seems fine. I don't want Verdict, I think. I don't think it's actually good versus them. Alright, so what do I want to take out? Plowshares seems sort of unstable, so I'll take that out. I don't really like Quick. It just trades for a Phoenix and doesn't do much else, but Twitch went out. Is it fine now? Or is it just like jumping around? Manamorphose, possibly Thing in the Ice. I don't really like Verdict versus them, but maybe it's worth it. Right. Yes, I could Spell Snare Daze. Thank you for that. Maybe I just side out like these because they're so clunky, but maybe I... Alright, I'll side out Sea Spell because I don't think it's great on the draw. I'll side out one of these, two of these. What else am I allowed to side out, do you think? Maybe one True-Name. Yes, I could Spell Snare Daze. I would not recommend you do that at home, really. I really just don't recommend you do that, all things considered. I'm of the opinion that I think that card is much better in Game 1 versus them. What's up, Aaron? Hope you're having a good one. I think I'm actually going to burn the Brainstorm EOT because I'm planning to play Stoneforge next turn anyways. That's alright. Storm count. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Pyroblast mostly. You can Pyroblast it with it on the stack, obviously. I'm not going to play the Stoneforge into Daze. I think I'm just going to wait a while. Kind of want that land on top, so I'm just going to take the draw and draw the land. It feels like my opponent has a Spell Pierce or something, so I'm going to wait and probably just plow, end step, then untap, play Stoneforge with Fluster. Sukanek, you're right. Trust you to be right about these very minute things that are unlikely to matter but could matter. I'm not gonna lie, I think I've been playing really bad tonight. That's not great for me. I just didn't really expect them to have Dak in their deck. guess it's in. Yep, greatest thief in the multiverse. For some reason, I did not think they would have that card in their deck. Alright, I don't think the Surgical is very good anymore. Right. I feel like... Oh, I was supposed to Brainstorm in response to Dak. Damn it, I forgot I left Spell Pierce in. Holy shit. This is going downhill very quickly. Mostly my fault. I think I'm going to put... Because they're Arclight Phoenix, Corey Austin Baker. The Lava Dart... They used Lava Dart last game to return a Phoenix. Alright, I'm going to put these two back. Not confident that's correct, but it's what I'm going to do. I guess I have to play the Stoneforge. Quick Surgical, that Lava Dart. I mean, I could have. I don't think that's really a good use of my resources to do so. Maybe they'll return Phoenixes and I'll get them with Containment Priest. That would be kind of nice. Right, that's one Phoenix. It's two Phoenix. Dactyl is pretty sweet with that. I'm going to respond, play this, and hope it works. They have days, it sucks for me, but whatever. Alright. Thank you, Anarchist Ape. Thank you for the sub. I hope you have a good night. Yo! Tim, welcome back, friend. I'll open a chest for you in a sec, but we're playing a heated battle of Blue White Stoneblade versus Blue Red Phoenix. Alright, don't bolt, don't bolt, don't bolt, don't bolt! No! Damn it. Alright, whatever. No, because if I Brainstorm, they're more likely to hit a daze, right? I feel like the answer is no because of the daze thing. Alright. I'm gonna plow one of these. I guess I should actually wait on the plow to fight over a bolt on their turn. Well, I shuffled away a Surgical earlier, and it ended up not being great, but that's fine. I think doing in response to Brainstorm is correct because of days. Alright, plow that. One, two. Alright, I guess. So Fluster. Putting all copies on it. If they want to pay, that's fine. I can make the Batterskull safely. What they do will tell me a lot about their hand, I think. Cool. Is it -6 for the emblem? Right. I'm at 4. So if they have Fire Blast, I die, but that's fine. It's hypothetically possible for them to have Fire Blast in their deck. Alright, that's basically what I want. Almost in that exact order. Yep, huge purge. I agree. Huge purge. So we're at 8, which is a little bit safer than not being at 8. Kind of feels like their deck doesn't really do much. All right. Well, I'm probably going to have to surgical this Phoenix, but this is getting unsafe, obviously. They played... Right. Yes, I think that's exactly it. That's a good way of putting it, Itai. This is why white faces didn't like the versions that had Faithless Looting, I think. And I think we're basically seeing that borne out here. Great. Well, first, surgical, Arclight Phoenix. Power Blast, Lightning Bolt. Plowed one, right? Right. That is pretty sweet. I agree. Their hand is Power Blast Bolt, but they haven't had any mana to use those, so it's been good for me. Right, so now I just Jace unsummon. And the game's essentially over, I think. Yeah, I think the way this deck is built, it's not as good as Blue-Red Delver. People occasionally play Dak. I think Strifo plays a lot of Dak in 4-color pile with Punching Fire. They discarded Arclight Phoenix. What the hell? Oh, that's the one I... Never mind. That one makes sense. That's the one I bounced. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, that's fine. Get Jitte. I'm only going to attack with the Germ. I'm going to use the Stoneforge to put the Jitte in to play around Spell Pierce potentially. Yeah, sacking land to deal 1 damage is not great in Legacy. I don't really want that to happen, so I won't let it happen. Yeah, opponent still has the bolt, so if I find a plow, it's safe for me to do whatever. I'm gonna just shuffle. Whatever. Alright, I'm just gonna say go and just put both of these in. The bolt basically means attacking's not even really that good. No, our opponent still has a bolt. I don't think doing that is good. I really do not believe that is a good idea. Opponent's hand is basically bolt, blast, blast, and has been for a while. Now, we saw it from Surgical and I didn't write it down, so that's understandable. Living Weapon and Pointy Fork. Yep, huge Jitte. I hope my opponent doesn't have like Smelt. That would be really, really, really unpleasant. Yeah, Smelted dealt it. If I attack with all 3, they block, block, block. I use a counter to finish off the Phoenix. Then they can try to steal the Germ, so that doesn't seem good. So I'll just attack like that. No, I don't think that actually accomplishes anything, right? Okay. So they're not guaranteed to return Phoenix next turn. Alright. Well, I guess they have 2 Power Blasts, so they can just start Power Blasting my things. Yeah, I can make a Germ at EOT, or I could just equip a Stoneforge. Note, they can't equip the Jitte like this, which is kind of nice for me. Their last card is Pyroblast. So should I make a Germ, or should I just equip on my turn? Probably just make a Germ. because it returns in the beginning of combat. Oh, that's bad. Damn. Alright. Guess if I'd done it regularly, that would have been fine. But now this is looking bad. Alright. Might be dead now. Could have played around that. Didn't think they had another smash. I thought they had another Pyroblast, but I guess I must have lost track somewhere. Because I didn't have enough mana anyways. Altair. Alright, so I guess if we find an answer to Phoenix within the next turn, we'll still be fine. 1, 2, 3 bolts down. I guess they might have one more. Oh, I have a Dirt Squeakle too? Okay, well, that sucks. No, it's not. It's 3, 4... That's 7. Dart is 8. This is also, this is their exile zone. If they have a dart in their hand, sure. No. Well, I have Council's Judgment still, right? That is not their hand. I mean, they could have drawn it by now, but this is their exile pile. Okay. Alright. Was never beating that bolt, I guess. Okay. Could have played that better. Now that I've played this, I don't really love this plan. I'm just going to try to protect my priest with forces and stuff like that. But also, I think Spell Snare and Judgment are good for some. And I'm going to just take out... You think Surgical greater than Priest? Alright. I think cutting the forces was bad, though. I really don't like this plan. It just feels not that good to me. Alright, I'm gonna side like so. The problem is my Stoneforges also get bolted, right? Do you think I slam True-Name on turn 3 on the play? They, hypothetically, if they tap out. Alright. I guess now I'm not really supposed to. No thanks. I played my land first because of Spell Pierce. Then on the stack, I'll Surgical Phoenix. Now that basically forces them to have Force of Will. Alright. What is their hand? Delver, Looting, Ponder, Terry, Tarn, Smash, Fence. So they have 2 Steam Vents in their deck. And 7 fetches. 8 fetches. 9 fetches? 9 fetches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They have 9 fetches. Alright. This is all good information. Now I kind of hate this purge in my hand, obviously, but oh, that's my graveyard. So they don't have any Tarns in their deck? Did I cite in Verdict? No, I don't have it in this game. Alright. They have a Smash I know about. They have events. Alright, that's their hand. Purge is okay versus stack, yeah. Yeah, it's a... I think if you... No, they had 4 Strand deltas. I didn't not see 4 Tarns. Unless if I misread it. Which is hypothetically possible. Yeah, they only had 1 Tarn in their deck that I saw. I'm not going to waste them. I think my land is more valuable than theirs. They had 1 Tarn in their deck that I saw. Obviously, I could have misseen it, but... I feel like I can take a turn off to Ponder for the removal. They already played a land, right? 2, 3, 4, 6. Oh, they want to adapt Terramander. So if I had wasted them, that would have taken them off this line. WF is always right. I don't know what that means. So now I wish I had Verdict in my deck, obviously. But I feel like these games... Oh, white faces. I see. Alright. I don't want those. I can cast another Ponder. Damn. It was so close to being there. If that was in my first 3, it would have been really good. But now I think it's just not good enough. I probably need a plow and then another plow. Alright, I'm going to shuffle again. This purge is really, really not looking very good. I'm going to take a huge attack. Yeah, all I need is 4 plows in my hand. That's true. Maybe they misstacked their thing. Yes, the Delvers are supposed to flip this turn. That's why I'm attacking. They brainstormed after shuffling, so if it doesn't flip, that would be really surprising. Yeah. I'm actually going to 1, and if they have any burns, will I die? So that's great. This is part of why I hate, like, having Surgical in versus these types of decks, but... like, they just found all of their other threats instead. Alright, I'm dead. GG, opponent. Alright, I think I'm going to call it quits for the night. I'm feeling not so good now. It's been 5 hours. I would like to thank everyone for hanging out, though. Also, that guy, well, not a sorry guy, but that person earlier, it was so annoying. Alright, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to see who else is on to ship a raid to someone else. And I'm not going to be here Thursday. I'll be back probably next Monday. Because I'm going to PAX East on Wednesday evening to hang out with people. Yeah, I am. I'm also going to try to qualify for the MCQ there. Anyways, good night.